Compañero, ¿por qué no vienes conmigo?
The door is closed. Still nothing. This door can still.
Joder, me ha dejado tirado el hijo de puta este.
The bed is still cold from the broken window, and not too inviting. But it's yours. You've earned it.
Venga, la cuna.
The bed is still cold from the wind blowing in from the broken window. The mattress creaks.
Here we are again, my broken bud. The waves are coming, carrying you away. But you can't go. No, you have to stay. Always half aware of yourself. You're not cooperating, brother man.
Brother.
It's your disgusting body. Even through your sleep, you feel a vague discomfort suffusing it. Your belly and your sides are unpleasantly tender. You wish you could...
That pain in your right side is your enlarged liver, by the way. As for your kidneys, you've really been compounding the damage lately.
There's no dignity here. Only reflections of your body mass. Flashes of you're just stuck here. In the half-world. Could try looking at other people. Really looking. But why? How many promises have you kept lately, Sir Harry?
Thou art honourable and just, sire. 'Tis the snakes who are vile, hissing in the...
What do you think you're doing right now? Coming to some greater awareness? Look at all these lights, blinking in and out of existence. Thoughts!
Let it.
But it never seems to let you go, does it? Time to rise and wipe that shining...
Todo jodido.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam anymore. It's your face in the mirror, adorned with... It's still happening. It won't...
Lástima.
The woman in an RCM patrol
Cara
officer's
caballo.
uniform winces as she notices you.
I would really prefer not to talk to you right now. I don't know. I mean, why would I want to talk to you? No, you haven't wronged me. Okay, fine. Let's talk.
What does one talk about with a fellow officer?
What precinct?
Fucking deranged lunatic.
You're getting an intellectually unsatisfying vibe from this conversation. Maybe you're doing something wrong.
Vale, me voy de aquí echando hostias antes de que me increpen más.
Hi, gendarme. Another rendezvous. Hi. So what brings you here? Admiring the atmosphere. What about you, officer? Convenient. But what are you doing here? Talking to me? Oh yes, let's see. He knocked on my door a few days after the lynching. I think he was going through the entire... Nothing. That I didn't see anything. Why shouldn't he? What friend? No, I don't think it came up. Muscular, handsome, strong, like one of those military types. Yes, but he was speaking to someone on his earpiece. Just reporting back whatever I was telling him. Oh, let me think. He had an accent. He sounded like one of those mercenaries. He sounded vaguely Oranese. No, not vaguely, scratch that. He sounded definitely Oranese. Sure. Anything else on your mind? You did? And how did you like him? I told you, he can be very useful. I guess that's the charm of powerful people. A visitor from the first world. He's not like you and me, gendarme. He can always return. To his opportunities in Occident, sur la clé. Still. His coming and going brings... Or is it just money? I don't know. Friends, I told you. Sunday friends. Friends who like to get together from time to time. That he won't be there when times get tough, I guess. It is. On Sundays. He has keys. And he likes the view. To the sea, I mean. What about me, gendarme?
It's the sports. He's a sports guy. All about that physical prowess and athletic skill.
Bye-bye, gendarme.
A ver, ¿qué tenemos que hacer ahora? Teníamos que ir a cerrar la mierda esta del agua. A ver, la reclusa, ¿cómo se llama?
A rusting control panel with loose wires dangling out from the hole where an indicator light used to be, and a mechanical lever sitting in the middle. You grab the handle and pull the lever up. As soon as the metal connects against the contact pins, you hear a loud. The water lock starts moving.
Oh no.
Okay, if we ever need to get to the coast, then this is the way. But please, contain your wanderlust for now. I don't want us to get...
No te preocupes. Vale, ¿qué más? Es verdad, ahora tenemos que llamar a los compañeros por la radio.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Yes. The armor was produced by Fairweather in their facilities in Betancourt, sur la Clé in 42. It was part of a special order for Corps de Pharmacie, a security firm contracted to protect the interests of Oranese pharmaceutical companies. So, it seems the armor went to Seminine. That's where the paper trail ends, though. Even the firm has proven difficult to track. Corps de Pharmacie has been renamed several times over in the years since the armor was issued. Yes, that is the most recent name the ICP has been able to connect to the CBP. And the one before it was Downwell. I also have one called Sediment, but I think that might be a different contractor. No, they were called Sediment. And Somatosensor, it seems. All that during the last 9 years.
A suit of armor like this would have been manufactured with a particular person's physique in mind. You should ask for whom this suit was fitted.
Yes, but the ICP tends to be reluctant to share private sector records. I could try to talk them into it, though. Sure. call back tomorrow. Hopefully I will have more information for you then. Not yet, but I was able to convince the database people to share private sector information. They promised to get back to me by tomorrow morning. Do you have any other questions? 57th.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering.
Vale. A ver. Aquí está el compañero.
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time, since you've already sat on that chair. I'm very glad to hear that, Harry. One question. You didn't actually happen to stumble in and see what's inside the apartment, did you?
He's trying to figure out if you're lying.
You're right, Harry. You only had to unlock the door, which you did. So we're all good.
He was testing you. And
now let's get down to brass tacks. It's time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. Real police work is gonna start happening now. I promise you, Harry, this is gonna be good. By now, I'm sure you've figured out who the dead man was working for. The bad guys. Wild Pines. Sent to scare us. Another violent measure of the top... Harry, this strike is the culmination of many, many mistakes made by the Wild Pines group.
You mean our victim?
A security contractor? Can you imagine that? Workers standing in peaceful protest, united in the spirit of fellowship.
he performs a motion as if spraying bullets from a machine gun.
I'm talking beasts. Hardened killers from proxy wars in Yisut, Semenine, Saramaritsa, you name it, they've done it. Raping, killing, burning villages, everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world slum. Honestly, the only thing they didn't do is kill the village elephant. Now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see. If I need to go somewhere, they just move my container.
Así está,
About my
puta.
fun container? It's a hoot, Harry. Who knows? Maybe you'll be in here the next time they move it. It'll be very fun. But enough about me and my container. The killers the company hired, I think there were 3 of them. All hard. One of them got downright suicidal. Getting drunk, violent, a little rapey. Even their own negotiator couldn't control him. That's your boy. The one who likes hanging out and trees.
By negotiator, you...
Harry, what you need to realize is, we dock workers are not pushovers. We got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. Push us hard enough and we push back. And when we do, we push to kill. Potentially, Harry, potentially. We got arm wrestling champions, rowing club people, ex-coal miners. There's a militant wing inside the Union. A group of people whose duties don't involve manual labor, but peacekeeping in the neighborhood.
That sounds a bit like...
They're like you guys. Idealistic people who want to make sure bad things don't happen. And if they already have...
Again, that's...
So these idealists kill...
One day Titus Hardy, leader of this peacekeeping faction, comes up to me and says, "Boss, socialist democratic fervor drove us to take it upon ourselves." He probably worded it differently, but that was the idea. Sure sounded to me like they killed him. I gave them 2 weeks paid leave.
Aren't you worried we might arrest them for this?
Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested. They're Martinez boys, tough and gritty. I'd like to see the man who takes them in. Besides...
He places a lot of faith in that lawyer girl. Perhaps this is a tactical error. Anyway.
So they shot him?
He was shot in the head before.
How odd. I don't know what to say, Lieutenant. They told me they hanged him. A hanged man is what I saw when I took a...
It's impossible to say if he's telling the truth, sire.
What I do know is, the case is in safe hands. If anyone can get to the bottom of this shot and hanged man, it's my 2 little policemen. Godspeed, policeman. How do I know? Let me tell you about these people. That's their M.O. It's last winter, some poor workers in Terminal E went on a little strike. The company sent in Sediment, a security contractor. The strike was over the workers' right to wear protective footwear, Harry. These guys turn up and start beating people. Tell you what, Harry, I wouldn't be surprised if we got the same mercenary company, after a little rebranding. And I'm sure as hell not surprised to see an army of...
So you believe the scabs were organized?
You said it. Hell, one of those guys looks big enough to take down that proverbial elephant. Boys like that don't just happen to show up during strikes. Of course. You're always one step ahead of me, Harry. I'm no genius. I'm in this position because people like me. Tribunal? That sounds serious, Harry. We Union men should be shitting ourselves. I wish you hadn't told me that. I'm gonna lose sleep over this. Oh, Harry, what do I really think about the Tribunal? You're trying to climb to second base with old Everard before you've even courted him properly.
He wants you to do more things for him before.
Oh, Liz is a bright one. I paid for that law degree myself, thinking it'll probably turn her all fancy. But hell, Harry, she came back a firebrand socialist. Sometimes she scares me with her zeal. Oh, they are simply fine young men, all 7 of them. Exemplary Union members, always working to advance their position in the local socialist democratic movement. Old Theo used to run them, but things really kicked into gear when Titus took the reins and named the group after himself. Gotta love his initiative.
Interesting. Who's second in?
They're almost all of them great guys, born leaders. Whatever happened, I'm sure they only had the best. Work with them. Hell, interview them. But don't fight them. They really are just like you. Men who like beer, women, and some order.
He's betting on them being useless to you.
But of course, it's the least I can do for my good friend Harry.
You can now go and tell Titus about this.
Also, Harry, here's 5 real. I'm not giving you anything. I'm just holding out 5 real. Oh, I wasn't offering it to you, just holding it out there. But I'm willing to share information. Was there anything else? Was it a good tour? I'm not sure we made much headway here. I was hoping we'd bust the case wide open. Heck, I even wanted to tell you what I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to feel like Mr. Martinez. And, of course, I also wanted you to find your gun. But it's like I can't completely trust you. Yes, Harry, it's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left. I want to, but I just can't.
A man of the left, so you have to be a social democrat.
What does your heart tell you about your lost gun, Harry? Does it tell you to forget about it? Or do you think it wants to be found? I think it's lonely and cold. I think it wants to be found, and I have a proposal.
And what would this entail?
Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. You just need to get 2 little signatures on this piece of paper, and then mail it to my accountant in La Delta.
It depends. I don't think what we just got from Mr. Clare was very useful.
As I said, it weighs on me heavily. But once we get really talking, well, I'm gonna hand you the keys to Martinez, and make...
He's saying as little as possible, as vaguely as he can, deliberately omitting things.
I'm glad you asked, Harry. The Union is going to build a modern youth centre in Martinez. It will be righteous. We're gonna get those teenagers off. There's a nameless little street on the coast with some old houses around it. Most people have already signed. I just need 2 more signatures to get this mission off the ground, Harry. On the coast, Harry, across the canal. There's a cul-de-sac there, a little village they're calling it. A gloomy place. You'll find...
You're already pretty deep into this. What's a little more? No one can see you here in Martinez.
They are just gonna have to deal with the construction noise for 6 months, and then they'll be living like kings. Right next to a fancy new youth...
Is he absolutely sure the tenants won't be thrown out in the street?
Am I? Harry, these people... Martinez is the most important thing in my life. I would never let anything bad happen to them. We're gonna build a youth centre there. The value of their properties goes up, and kids have a place to play in. I'm looking out for these people, not pulling the rug from under them, Harry. I'm looking out for all of Martinez, not just the harbour. You bring joy to my heart, Harry. Such a pleasure to be working with you. Here, you need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the canal. I heard there was some trouble with the waterlock. Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13022 La Rocca in La Delta. Then we can talk about your gun. Most certainly, Harry. Nothing brightens my... By all means, Harry. What's on your mind? See you soon, Debardeur. Just kidding, but not too much.
Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. It's like Lady Larice said when she opened a bathhouse in the basement of my apartment building. They can only get so far before they're aching to get back. And lots of folk really did keep coming back. Sure, mister. Absolutely. I'm always willing to help out nice fellows such as yourself.
Vamos a por el cadáver. Vete para abajo.
This is the night watchman's booth. The bear's eyes are still glowing red. It's guarding over the freezing corpse hidden inside its belly.
All right.
There go those beautiful enamel boots. You will never oh well, in another life.
I will need a little help carrying him. You take the hands, I'll take the leg.
Es verdad, ahora estoy solo. Ñe, qué liada. Ay, 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 ay.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope, a 12 to 40 month construction period, and the zoning plan in the addendum. The youth center cuts into the ocean like the bow of some great modern ship. Apparently, it's going to cover most, if not all, of the street. It's going to be awfully close to the already existing buildings, almost wall to wall, practically integrating them into the youth center. There doesn't seem to be anything of interest here. No fine print. You're smart. You can read. You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 4. There is no loophole. The simple truth is, the current residents are going to lose their street access, and for the next 12 to 40 months, their lives will be dominated by constant construction noise right next door. Once the construction starts, it'll probably take a few months, a year maybe, for even the most stubborn occupants to get tired of living like this. After that, they'll sell their property for cheap and move out. Well, you could trick Everard. Get some random people to sign the document. By the time the union boss finds out, your business here will be already concluded. The youth center cuts into the ocean.
Oh, look. It's the cop who turned me into a bad person.
A ver. per ir para allí. Cago en Dios. Puto borracho.
Officer! God damn it. Pull yourself together, René. Yes, the Debardeurs Union pays me to stand vigil during the nights. Not I'm an old man. Don't sleep more than a few hours every night anyway, and money is tight. Yes, it does. Unfortunately, I wasn't working that night. Been on a 2-week leave since last Monday. It's a private matter. Nothing.
You see, officer, René is the kind of man would rather die than admit he needs medical.
I'm fine, goddammit. Mind your own business. No one. The bus has been unmanned since last Monday. There's no other guard. Yes. It's not actually an issue. I mean...
Look, officer. The container yard doesn't actually need a guardsman. Never had one before René. Monsieur Claire had that booth built specially for him. It's mostly decorative.
The possibility of someone being in there is enough to discourage any ill-minded individual.
Evrard created this job for René because he knows the Royal Carabiniers' pension of honor and PTSD isn't something a man can live off. A decorated Kingsman collecting tear reflects bad on the whole neighborhood. His words.
Look, officer, can we conclude the topic of my guard booth now? She is nobody. This is none of your concern.
Tranquilito.
Beaulieu, and she sure as hell wasn't a nobody.
Yes. Like I said, it would be up anyway. So might as well keep an eye out. It keeps my senses sharp.
Still, all you see is an old soldier refusing to replace his uniform.
Anything else I can assist you with, officer?
No, thank you. Esto supongo que tendré que ir para el otro lado para que me firmen. Estos no dicen nada. Dinero. Ole. Ole, más pasta. Vámonos.
A banged-up motor carriage lies half-submerged in the icy water, slowly sinking into the Insulindian Ocean. Only the cabin top, rear wheels. Remember the tire tracks in Martinez? This is where they will lead. The motor carriage sits in the salty ocean water, cold and sad. It doesn't have an opinion. A seagull takes off from the half-submerged machine. It's almost, you get a sudden sinking feeling. Stomach acid comes up as you look at the motor carriage in the deep, dark, cold water. The motor carriage is properly stuck in the ice. Getting it out, a single day in the salty seawater would ruin most vehicles, but this one looks worn even in places the salt water hasn't touched it. The logo is too deep in the murky water. You can't make it out, but you do. The accident couldn't have happened too long ago. The ice hasn't closed up around the vehicle, so the estimate is correct. The incident probably occurred. Although the sunken motor carriage is probably flattered by you addressing it, it does not supply an answer. Wait for the low tide. Then you should be able to access the cabin. As you sit down in the old, rusty playground, the world around you, the hinges creak under your weight. Dangerously so. Nothing but the sound of seagulls high above in the sky, echoing like distant laughter. Ice cracks around the blue motor
¿Por qué no me aparece ahora la probabilidad? Me cago en Dios.
The tune on your lips forms a strange yet undeniably beautiful contrast. It's sad that no one and nothing but the sunken vehicle is here to witness it, but the unexpected beauty of the tune. The clouds pass in the sky, and the shadow of the swing moves like the hour hand on a timepiece. Looks like this might take a while. Time to present a good topic for discussion. Dreaming, drinking, fucking, fighting, trying to improve their lives. It's unclear whether the sunken vehicle agrees or not, but merely uttering these words gives you the clouds on the horizon grow darker, and the shadow of the swing set keeps climbing. Yes, it is.
Hey, mierda.
It feels as the city behind you grows silent in the waiting. A dim light scatters from the cloud cover above the city. In it, you can see the blue and white motor carriage slowly appear from the water. It's a Caprice 40, a workhorse of the motor park, favored by the working men, government offices, firefighters, I get. Yes, Harry, it's the number 41, the number of our precinct. I hoped you would come back for me. I'm so sorry, Harry.
Qué puto Harry. La que has liado, compañero. Ay, man. Hacemos cigarrilli. A ver, esto ya se ha cargado. Un momento. A ver, opciones, apagar mando. Ponemos a cargar esto. Encendemos el otro mando. Perfecto. ¡Ey! ¿Cómo que has desconectado? Ah, vale. A ver, hecho con papel.
A massive pit opens up in your stomach, and no, just nope. Say no to this, Harry. Yes, Harry, you did. The sooner you accept it, the sooner you can move on. You were not. We don't. It's sunken too. No. The damage is too extent. After losing every single thing you were entrusted with, I wouldn't hold my... Keep moving. You're a shark. You stop, you die. An aggressive-looking seagull lands on the swing set and stares at you with a murderous look. You really need to keep moving. A police badge on which you see the photo of a man. You, the man in the photo, looks at you solemnly. Encased between two durable plastic sheets is a bluish card with lines of information and a watermark in the shape of the street grid of Revachol West. You see a photo, a name, a rank, a document number, the date of issue. The man keeps winking at you with his green-grey eyes, but the badge is new. You used an old photo, 8, maybe 10 years. The guy in the picture is rather good-looking. What do you think? His face is already contorted by the expression. Although it looks, the badge in your hand shines as you rotate it. This document confirms it. Harrier Dubois, i.e. Harry is... That's what it says on the badge. You should look at the badge when Lieutenant Kitsuragi is around. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it. Revachol, Jamrock, Precinct 41. You don't remember what the numbers in the middle mean. The badge was issued. A new document is given to you as part of a promotion, or when you lose the old one. The number shows that this badge belongs to an officer of... The badge in your hand shines.
No, y espera, que haya más cosas por aquí. Spirit Corps. Misión espacial. ¿Cuál es el Spirit Corps? ¿Dónde está? Aquí, ¿qué hace esto? Portapapeles. ¿Qué mierda es esto? Ah, esto creo que era un objeto de estos. Por la estuche, filamento. Pues, en interactuar, si no me equivoco. Aquí
It's the
está.
ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside. Arson, petty theft, spousal abuse. Handwritten logs on dozens of investigations date back to January 51. Stamped, the notebook is annual. It says 51 on what remains of its cover. A molten strap of cardboard. Everything prior to this must... You don't exactly close them so much as distance yourself from the smelling. Just relax.
Vale.
The two sides of the board are slightly misaligned, like a drawer that's come off the slides. All you need to do, the slides snap back into place. It should be possible to just, without resistance or sound, the two panels move against each other. Two ticket stubs and a handmade postcard. Two octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored pencil drawings. The tickets permit access to the zoo in Revachol East. The aquarium costs extra. These let you... Two octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward... Thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like leaves rustling when you pick it up. You see violet flowers. It smells of chewing gum. Exactly like the gum wrapper you found. The same brand of chewing gum. Familiar handwriting lines the inside of the card. A young woman in her 20s. There is care, effort, and a smile. You think. Although that... Harry, it begins. You're already reading. I wanted to write you a letter so you can read it when you wake up. Your hand shakes, holding the card. Every morning when I step out and you're asleep behind me, it says, I find a little piece of sadness in me. I carry it in my chest. Every step I take, it grows. By the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me entirely. I step onto the light rail and look back. Sparks fall from the bow collector. I know it will be like this until late afternoon. You. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes I do. I can't believe I met you. I can't believe the happiness I feel with you. Kisses, kisses, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs and the blood sucked out of your head. Everything around you gets stuck. You feel the ledger slip from your hand.
No me jodas.
No. Hold on. To what?
Aguanta.
There's nothing.
No me jodas. Ahora he perdido lo de las pruebas. ¿Cómo?
There is nothing. Again. Nothing sad, brother. No treachery. Well, almost nothing. There is the ground below you. That's still there. That's me. Blue eyes, that's me. Who was what?
He speaks of the sickening longing, the unwell emotion. Even in the darkness, he's grasping for it. Still trying to hold on to the great sorrows slipping in the water. Slimy.
The call, when...
Here in the paleo-mammalian cortex, we call it, because it's always there.
Tell him. Tell him.
Ah, yes. In the olfactory system, they call it the apricot chewing gum scented one. It's unhealthy of them to linger on. It didn't smell nice. It smelled like betrayal.
Bloated corpse of the past resurfacing.
Beautiful. Believe me, stupid ape. It's lack
Buah, no
of
estoy
beauty was
entendiendo
not...
nada.
There is
por
no
verdad.
Voyager Road. There are no roads, no houses, no light. Your name is fuck all.
Oh.
It certainly ain't Harry. Your name is passed out on the ground, dragged around by one of the other evil apes. They're taking you somewhere.
¿Quién me
think
lleva a
they
dónde?
would let you until you disintegrate into biomolecules. No, someone is...
Yes, they're pouring...
Its delicious glowing lights on a dashboard emerge out of nothingness.
Hombre, el King, mi
The
compañero,
upholstered
menos mal.
cabin of Lieutenant Kitsuragi's motor carriage, seated in the driver's basket. The air is thick.
Drink. Water.
The water is cold, silvery, the stuff of life itself, as it pours down your parched throat.
Drink. You haven't drunk water in 2 days. Did you know the human body is not made to survive on alcohol alone? You need a secondary form of hydration.
Mentira.
With greedy gulps, you down half a liter of cold water. Some of it spills on the driver's seat.
What happened? There was a call on the shortwave. Officer passed out in Martinez. I had a feeling it would be you. I don't know. It could have been quite a while.
Claro, son 11:24. Y hemos ido al cadáver a las casi 9. 8:50 por ahí, si no me equivoco. 2 horitas y media, tampoco es mucho.
That does sometimes happen.
He replies with such understanding, it's as if the burnt-out ruins of the past were an occupational.
I found this next to you. I'll tag along for the rest of the day, if you don't mind. My business is concluded anyway. Are you okay to go?
Por supuesto que sí.
Good.
Estamos bien.
The Ledger of Failure and Hatred is a special item that can be used both as an interactable and a tool equipped in your held slot for skill bonuses. Find it under the Tools tab in your inventory.
Ah, bien.
It's the ledger you found in the trash, a cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside.
Venga, nos lo llevamos puesto. Así quería mirar ahora.
A police badge on which you see the photo.
Lieutenant W. Freighter. The lieutenant is a rank above sergeant and below captain. It's the highest rank in the RCM that still does field work. I am a lieutenant. The title of Freighter is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank. In your case, captain. You have declined twice, thus your double. There are many reasons one would do this. The rank above you in your precinct's decontage might be taken, or sometimes promoted officers do not want to replace their superiors out of respect. And sometimes they just prefer the type of police work available to their current rank, in your case, lieutenant. Decontage is the hierarchical system employed by the Revachol citizens' militia. It means counting down to 2.
The countdown is modeled after the dual leadership system employed by the left during the revolution, which, in turn, was developed by last-century experiment.
The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers. Then there are the patrol officers, then sergeants, lieutenants, then a captain. That's basically it, except for a few kings. Kings like satellite officers and the additionally a freighter rank I already explained. You are given the title of satellite officer if your partner is quickly promoted through the ranks and you rise with him. You don't seem to be a satellite. My pleasure. Yes, apparently you've had a rather successful career in the past, and this leads me to believe maybe your current situation is only temporary. Good.
Such a small yet precious thing. Expensive paper caught between.
That's just the serial number. Revachol, Jamrock, Precinct 41.
The numbers are not there for good measure. They have an administrative purpose. One that's unfortunately been erased from your memory.
4 months ago. I'm guessing that's when you were promoted to the rank. A new badge usually comes with a new rank. You seem to have been...
You're pretty sure you weren't doing...
Yes, it's the designation of your precinct. 41. Like mine says 57. It's a tough station to work in. You have all of Jamrock to cover. That district should have 3 precincts, but money... But then again, it's a legendary district, and a hell of a station too. It must be an honor and a curse to...
Roberts, Feuerbach, Dimitri. Suddenly, he knew all those people, although they're not. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information.
Vale, a ver, ¿qué teníamos que hacer ahora? Aquí solo estaba el coche, ¿no? Viaje rápido, qué bien.
Hi, officer.
No puedo mirar aquí objetos.
Anything I can help you with? A fishing village on the seashore. This place doesn't really have a name. It's sometimes called Elysium. The sign on the street leading here is illegible. Has been since they built this place. The name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker. I think I have time for questions. And that was actually the same.
Indeed, you're always confused as to your whereabouts. You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month.
Sobel y... Vale, esta es Lillian, hemos dicho. ¿No?
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer? Let's see. Who are you looking for? I don't think I know what these are. Care to elaborate? Aha! Like snowmen. Two odd guys have been wandering around here, nose in sand, talking nonsense about snowmen and the like. Right. Not only snowmen, also green men, monkey men...
Oh, you're getting it. And it is...
Don't really know. Further down the peninsula, I guess. I mean, that's where they were heading. Who else are you looking for besides... Yeah, I'm not really looking for that anymore. Not much into the middle-class ones either. Could do with some of the landed gentry, but apparently they don't make those anymore. Wish I could help you with that, but I haven't seen your working-class husband. Maybe I... Well, how can I assist you then, officer? Like I said, fish mostly. Sail the waves, take care of the kids, pick nets. Right now I'm tired. Sometimes I also walk to the beach to see what the sea has given up.
Keep it professional, man. Don't make it sound like you're hitting on her.
Wood, pieces of glass. Every once in a while we see dead bodies. Human, animal, fish, other bottles, drugs also. Lost cargo in general. Most of the time.
All right. Major choice moment. You only get to ask one thing. It would be weird to say them all. Choose wisely.
Well, you're barking under the wrong tree then, officer. I have no interest in floaters. Seen enough of them in my life already. Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of a story. It's to intimidate folks, mostly. It's a regular mass-produced sword, like a shovel or an axe. Nothing fancy. From time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men. And believe me, men need a lesson in manners from time to time. No, I'm afraid not. Tempting to confiscate the blade I used to keep these animals in check. It would put me in an early grave. What makes you think we haven't? The truth is that almost everyone in this life is scared and tired and stupid. That goes for men too. But they put on an act for us. Pretend like everything's good and living in shit doesn't bother them. Like anyone falls for that. No one wants to talk about how frightened they are. But only frightened people are really dangerous. And plenty of them are dangerous. Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. And one of them I ended up marrying. Guess I enjoyed the way he bled. Gone. To the waves. The sea took him. It was a long time ago. He didn't respect the sea. Went out there drunk like a skunk, and sure enough, one day the boat was found floating empty. Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy muscles. Us working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy. I buried him, mourned for an appropriate amount of time. Life didn't really change that much for me and the kids.
She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another, better, drunk. Ask her. Both of you could need some action.
Sure is. The sun, I call her, coated with a fresh layer of tar just yesterday. It'll take some time for it to dry, assuming the sunny days continue.
She looks at the boat, dripping with slush, and nods.
Oh? Who? Well, how can I assist you then, officer? Where are you? This says by signing, I agree to living with construction noise. What exactly is the Union building? What a nice idea.
She sounds incredulous about the niceness of the idea.
Aye, if you say so. Probably better that way. I mean, who likes construction noise?
You're not sure about the melody, but it might be South Samaran. Possibly.
Welcome to the fishing village. Please lean in.
Then how does she know you're here?
Oh, welcome, police officer. We don't cause any trouble.
We are not here to cause any trouble, madame.
Oh, of course. Last time we saw you around here was 12 years ago. You also came to take care of trouble then. Wish you did. No, not you personally. I meant the RCM. Some of the men got into a fight. He was brooding, needed some help opening the door. You got it open for him and took him to
She says it as if he was on some kind of spiritual retreat.
Oh, the usual.
That's you, all right. A black hound licking your own heels.
Maybe they are afraid, because you're an ill omen. But you're still welcome here, as long as men with guns aren't chasing you. I'm sorry there's not a lot of room to park the motor carriage, and not a lot of houses, or a lot of people. Ah, look at me ramble on. What brings you to us? Stay? Most people here are trying to... That said, if lodgings is what you're looking for, I've got a free room in the shack. I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of goodwill from the village to the RCM.
Muchas
Don't make
gracias,
an
Maja.
old woman regret opening her house to the police.
Well, if you are not in the hostel in the morning, I'll know where to find you. Here, in a shack.
Just us. It's barely a village anymore. This is pretty much a non-place. A gap. A blank spot on the map. Just a cluster of nameless shacks on a nameless street.
Qué vayático. Qué a gusto estás allí, hijo de puta. Corto.
The place is so pornographically poor, it's not even funny.
Over there, you can find more of the same. Shacks and trees growing wild. An old military hospital and its surroundings. Or it used to be. After the war, it was turned into a goodwill hospital for shell-shock veterans and folks looking for some quiet in the old sanatorium gardens. Now the area is crisscrossed with nameless streets and makeshift cinder block houses. Shacks as far as the eye, the goodwill ran out. The staff left and the place was shut down. It's long gone by now. Well, there's Lillian and her kids. A few new folks live in the house to the east. And then there's the drunks. Not a pretty sight, but there's little we can do. Lillian is tough. Tougher than the men here, at least. If it wasn't for... Sooner or later, you'll see for yourself. Don't have to look long to find these guys. Here, for you, no officer. The only money we have here is some coins that...
Under carts, boats, in little boxes. It's not hard to find. She nods, rinsing another piece of cloth.
Not much. There's the abandoned church, the DeLorean Church of Humanity. It's been there since before my time, even. Some things just don't fly, officer. Look around. Who'd go to church here? They built it 300 years ago. Must have been...
So, they don't hold services there?
No, we've tried, but things just keep happening. Crime, accidents, other things. The place never stays open. Before you get to the church, there's some ruins, an apartment complex, or some kind of electrical plant. Run-down bunch of houses. Of note, the old fish market up on the boardwalk, but it's closed. What? You're one of those real estate people with big plans? If you want, it used to be a supply depot, we think, sending goods and ammo across the bay. It's jam shut though, and now you know everything there is to know about this coast. Me? No one. Just an old washerwoman. Mother called me Isabel, if that's what you're asking. And my married name is Sid. Now it's your turn, Mr... Quite a handle you got there. So many titles. One of them double.
Hola,
The
chiquis.
scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone. He can't be more than 5. The other one looks indistinguishable from him. He watches his brother kick the stone. This one doesn't say anything.
Lily's our mum.
The stone kicker laughs suddenly. His head, the other one laughs. Wow, so intellectually stimulating. The stone-kicking one becomes frantic all of a sudden, as if that's something to be scared.
He looks just like me.
The boy doesn't answer. His brother throws and the rock kicker was just being shy. But now he's in...
You're bad with kids. Don't worry, everyone is. How about we do some police work now? We're not getting anything here.
You're stupid. Okay.
Son impuestos indirectos. Electroquímica. Y esto quedaba reino de la conciencia. ¿Dónde está aquí el reino de la conciencia? Bueno, de momento sigamos así. ¿Esto qué me da? Mundo interior. Bah. Vamos con la pajarita. Modo levante. Di que sí. Vale, no vale para nada.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging.
Llevamos esto. A ver, por aquí no hemos visto nada. Claro, y creo que no podíamos ir. Bueno, vamos a echar un vistazo. Ah, sí, sé que se puede venir.
noxious odor emanating from the drunken man.
Don't you call her? Yeah! Don't call Abigail!
Right. You might have found one person who doesn't know you are low, given how drunk he is.
Abigail. Oh, Abigail. Abigail. Don't you fuck.
You're not going to get anything out of this guy.
Don't call Abigail!
The man hiccups. Then, he snorts and beckons you to...
Don't call Abigail. Don't call Abigail.
No les para nada. La escoria humana.
Hey, Tequila! Good to see you. How's business? How's the whole... So what's happening? Yeah, Tequila Sunset. How are the...
He says it like it's obviously your name. Like you call someone Billy Brunel or leader of the 4th Street Gang.
That's the spirit. I used to shape reality into my image, long time ago. Those days are over. Sadly, things aren't going that well in Idiot Doom Spiral Land. Haven't found those keys yet, haven't won that great piece of ass back. No.
Idiot Doom Spiral, huh? This is bound to be a good, high-concept conversation. At last.
What's it about? Maybe you've heard. I used to be a very successful businessman. I've signed more than a few lease forms or whatever the fuck they were. Anyone's got a pen? The pro. All right. Hey, Abs.
Don't you?
I need you to sign this document right.
Don't call her.
Don't call Abiqual? Don't know if I've mentioned it, but I used to be a businessman. And as a businessman, I am going to keep the pen. For my trouble.
Hijo de puta.
That was my favorite. My favorite is the gun he lost.
No problem. Now, where do I...
Fucking hard work done for the...
Don't call Abigail!
Thank you for your services, gentlemen. Should we go and mail these? I think I saw a mailbox on the plaza.
Okay, what's on your mind? We are saving the...
Place!
Okay, we're drinking. We're drinking alcohol. That's what we're doing. I tried to save the... So now, it's a pirate's life for me. It's you. We've met before.
No, you sure don't.
Aha. Do you want to know how Tequila Sunset... Mm-hmm. Let me take a sip to moisten up my chords. Tequila Sunset rolled into Martin... Hey, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. This is yours. You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean the buzz. Because as far as I know, all word on the street is you went around the local hostel telling people that you're a police officer. And that it would be really fucked up if you shot yourself in...
It is. The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He's listening as casually as he can.
It was a late Saturday night when we, the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, were getting our drink on. Nothing remarkable about this. We get our drink on 24/7. One moment we hear the sound of a motor carriage revving up somewhere on the plaza, followed by a series of dings and bangs.
Do you remember the sound of wood cracking?
Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. That's just the reality we're in. Anyway, there was a brief silence. A gasp of silence, if you will, followed by a real commotion. We heard the carriage careening towards the coast at top speed. Sounded like someone jumped the canal. We grabbed our brewskis and rushed to the jetty. Never underestimate the speed of an alcoholic. What we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing you. The time So, naturally, being the curious cat I am, I asked what time. The time hath come for tequila sunset, the end of all things. After which, your reality contracted. You jammed the pedal, plowed. We ran towards the ice, whilst you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt. When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach crying. You said that your badge and uniform were in the car. It was too late to... Recognizing a brother in need, we offered our condolences and invited you to party with us. We asked about the whole tequila sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now and insisted that we all call you that from then on. No, that's just what your mother called you. Your real name is ours. It was an all-night drink-a-thon. Then, at some point, I think it was Sunday morning, you got how they're beautiful and also whores and so on. How one of them fucked you real bad.
Wow.
Yeah, I bet tequila's a fucking legend around the precinct.
If you only knew.
You were pretty vague about it, but you kept saying you got fucked real hard, and that we've all been...
No one's fucked me. I do the fucking around.
Abigail! It seemed pretty painful, to be honest. Beside your gun and your badge, you said something about your hope, or... In retrospect, I guess you lost your motive. You told us that they were a bunch of fucking losers, whose main... No specifics, though. Yeah, you said it was no biggie and that you'd solve it in no time. And that you didn't need anyone to do...
A lot of cops go solo and hermit once they reach that level of alcoholism.
It's a hard thing for a man to confront his past. That's why I avoid mine at all costs. You too,
Good to see you, friend. Do I have deals set up for you, buddy boy? So what do you want? I got smokes. They're cheap. Very cheap. I got Pilsner. Great deal. You won't get a better deal on that piss. Spirits I can let go for 300 real. I also have speed. And by speed, I mean amphetamine. In the civilized world...
Don't call Abigail.
There's no use in yelling at drunks. He's barely...
The drunk man starts coughing a really
Don't you fucking call her! Hear me? Don't call.
There was little chance he'd be a reliable...
Vale. A ver. cigarricherear. Vale. A ver, ¿qué vamos a hacer? ¿Qué teníamos que hacer ahora? Eso es obtener. Vale. Vamos a llevar eso al buzón.
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito, bullet holes, and an RCM sticker.
Yes, for sending mail.
You drop the white envelope in the darkness. It lands with a soft, about a week's worth of mail as collected in there. Probably did the right thing. You can't trust that slug Everard. You know.
All right, let's go back to Everard. If we don't mention anything to him, he won't know before it's too late.
Right. What about him? Honestly, not that different from you. Oh, thank God, no. It hasn't come down to this yet. Well, he's slightly. What else? He was wearing a dark brown leather jacket with a bright blue inner lining. The lining is... It's his cool jacket. God knows it's too cold to run around in this.
Who cares about the cold when you have your cool jacket to wear?
I even tried throwing it away once, but he just dug it out of the bin. Well, what can you do? I hope that at least that extra lining helps him keep warm at night. Yesterday morning, he went to the library. He went to retrieve my book, and he promised. Because we talked about this. We talked about not wandering off again.
Gone for around 36 hours then.
Jódete, mosquito, hijo de puta. Te he pillado. Perro. A picar a tu puta madre.
She turns away from you in an attempt. She gives you a short nod before returning to her books.
A ver, vamos a probar una cosa. Quitamos esto, cogemos la bolsa. Y aquí también podríamos pillar algo. Sí. Ahí hay otra basura. Vale, ahora si quitamos... Ahora tenemos que volver al puerto. Ah, pero... un momento. Vale. Bueno, lo hacemos luego, cuando volvemos. Es verdad que había viaje rápido, ¿no? O no sé cómo se hace. Si no hubiésemos puesto el container podríamos pasar por ahí. Imbécil.
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time, since you've already sat on that chair. The Golden Boy returns once more. Wonderful. Simply wonderful, Harry. Of course. I already knew this. My friend, the mailman, confirms the letter is on its way. You've done a great thing today. You've given the children of Martinez a real future, Harry, and I feel like you're in my inner circle. You too, Mr. Kitsuragi. We can talk about anything. The strike, the murder.
Well done, sire. By guile and deceit, you're in. You don't know his full plan. Perhaps he expected trickery. Perhaps the signatures weren't important. The point is, do not think you're ahead of him.
Harry, I've got to be honest with you. Your gun was found 2 days ago. Withholding this information weighed heavily on me, but it had to be done. An old woman has it, and let me tell you, Harry, word on the street is she's a character, so watch out.
This must be the woman who bought the gun from Roy, the one he described as terrifying.
Yes, the same one. I see you've done your research. The pawn shop made the gun easy to track. Crazy stuff, Harry. The neighbors of this old woman contacted my men because they trust me and the Debardeurs Union. Apparently, she was...
Waving the gun around doesn't sound good. None of this does.
Unfortunately, I don't know anymore. You're gonna have to go in blind, Harry. But she's an old lady. How...
I, for one, find it refreshing. Finally, someone calls themselves a pig.
As I said, she's a character. I didn't have time for details. It sounds like she's unstable, but don't worry. No...
We might be looking at someone with a medical history here. Watch out.
I already have. Tonight, starting 10 o'clock, near the old fish market on the coast. The one on the boardwalk, a little past the fishing village. Be careful, Harry. I would never set you up for anything dangerous.
She will be there from 2200 hours till 0.
More fun stuff. Seems like we already have fun stuff to do.
Great, Harry, great. I think we have truly built a bridge between Martinez and Jamrock today. We have united the RCM and the... This has been so great. I'm sorry we don't have more fun things to do together, but if you ever feel like bouncing something off me, my door is always... I'm always happy to educate and entertain you, my friend. So, what's on your mind? I did not, Harry. Although I am very, very glad he's dead. Why a war of...
And what do you have to...
Victory, Mr. Kitsuragi. I have victory to gain. We are going to start a war with the Wild Pines group and win before they even realize there is a war. I have. It's a great story, Harry. Did you also know how the bee colony kills the giant hornet? They swarm and blanket it entirely. Harry, we outnumber them 1,500 to 1. And that's just Martinez. With all the unions in Revachol, and with public opinion on our side, the more they send, the worse it's going to look for them. They made a huge mistake hiring those guys. No one likes foreign mercenaries. The leftists hate them, the fascists hate them, even the moralists think they're in bad taste. Harry, there is no strike, only war. Class war. Or, in business terms, a dawn raid. Or wait. Is that when you still pay them something? Because we won't do that. We're not going to give nothing. We're going to take Terminal B away from them. The roads, the gates, the containers, that big crane, even the damn...
The word fuck rings like a gunshot from his mouth. He doesn't swear off.
So that's why you haven't let Joyce in?
Yes. It's also why I let that midget Gaumont go. He's too nice. I can't put him through this. Plus, he knows how to get in here. That woman can't tell her tits from her ass. Tits from her arsehole. It's a local saying.
Actually, no, it's not.
Because we're friends, Harry. Besides, it doesn't matter now. You can go tell her if you want. It won't change the... It's already happening. 2,372. Plus yours truly, of course.
2,373 is a sizable contingent for a labor organization.
Oh, you mean what sort of goods are going to be flowing through? How am I going to replace all the contacts we'll lose once the poo-poo hits the fan? The clients will ditch us.
Clients would take a well-known multinational conglomerate over a local mobster any day.
Sure, some will go, but mark my words. The company will be unpleasantly surprised to see how many of them stay loyal to Martinez and to the new competitive contracts. With renewed zeal sparked by communal ownership, the men will be shipping those containers double time. You'll be surprised to see how fast things go without parasites latching on. We'll have our hands free to pursue bold, exotic new revenue streams.
That's drugs.
Drug trafficking.
Drug trafficking? Don't be stupid, Mr. Kitsuragi. There are perfectly legal one. All they do is produce components to keep the pharmaceutical industry running. That's people's health we're talking about. Old grannies, little babes, people with disabilities. The company thinks transporting these chemicals in bulk looks bad, has bad optics, may be illegal in some countries. The Debarders Union, however, we're all about the large volume column.
In bulk shipping, large volume column is a major buyer, a shark.
We're gonna transport the living daylights out of those materials, Harry. So your sick kid can get his Benefed, and your wacky uncle doesn't have to come off Risperidone.
Benefed is a children's cold medicine, usually apricot flavored, and
the kids on the street can get speed and pyrrolidone.
I'm an old-fashioned guy, Mr. Kitsuragi. I sometimes grab a beer with the boy. But if I were to supply ingredients for some sort of rainbow party, I would make sure the Union took a fantastic
He's basically admitting to it.
Yes, of course. And while you're doing that, please go ahead and also tell the Wild Pine.
Nothing in his features betrays any...
Anyway, let's not focus on the sensationalism of the drug trade. This hypothetical drug trade is all anyone ever seems to be interested in. It would only be a small part of the harbour's turnover, just like the harbour is, but let's look at the big picture. Martinez as a whole. There are little girls out there with dreams of making music. Young mothers who want to start businesses. Models who want to... I'm going to unite them all into one economic body. We're going to incorporate this place to Kingdom Come. Everyone's going to be in on the wealth, and everyone's going to pull their weight. Harry, the future I have in store for Martinez will have all the macho aesthetics you love so much. The crowns, the guns...
Oh yeah, skull and bones. Skull and bones on a Revacholian flag. The Revacholian Death Squad. Oh yeah, the visual image has complete...
We're way past specific union members now. This is the big time. You can bother Leonard with that. He loves to run his mouth on such matters. But I'm in big-time mode, Harry.
There's something different about him now. He's more vibrant, more alive in his big-time mode.
Very nice, Harry. Is there anything else?
Váyase a tomar por culo, señor gordo. Vale, a ver, siguiente objetivo. Vale, ¿y cuál es la antigua lonja? Así ahora tenemos que ir a la radio al coche.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Not yet, but I was able to convince the database people to share private sector information. They promised to get back to me by tomorrow morning. Do you have any Right.
10-4, come in. 10-4, sir. Glad to hear that. I'll write down that there is no need to issue a new one to you then. Over. Roger that. 10-10, over and out.
Aquí podemos vender toda la mierda que hemos pillado. A ver.
Hello, hello. Sure, let me have a look. Oh, no. I don't... Photic paths, counter-radiance networks, anti-magnetism...
You have absolutely no idea what aphotic paths are, but the tattoos on the man are not that.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Ay, no puedo vender la bolsa. Pues vaya.
Another time, perhaps.
Hasta luego, Lucas. A ver qué mierda es esto. Hola,
mister.
chiqui.
She clutches a small stuffed animal. Occasionally, she twirls it around.
Oh, I had gloves.
Where did you get these gloves?
Found them when Lemmy and I were playing hide and seek. In an empty house. Where no one lives. I hid them. The twins were gonna take them. They're stupid.
We're going to need those gloves. It's for important police business.
Oh. They're in my sandcastle. Behind our house. Under the sand. You can break the castle. It's not... Yes! I am! Little Lily. You know my mom? That's nice. My mom is great. She's never angry or anything. Yes. They don't want to play with me. They look the same. They look... identical. It's a grouse.
Wasn't Gar, the cafeteria manager, trying to repair a piece of taxidermy?
I don't know. Sure. I mean, you already took it. I don't like it anyway. It's Lammy. He's my friend.
Lambie is a stuffed lamb that, admittedly, has seen better days. One of the eye buttons is...
Yes. Very soft. Isn't he soft?
Oh.
Bye.
Agur, agur. A ver, el castillo de arena. Ahí está el castillito de arena.
Weather has not been kind to Lily's little sandcastle. The once mighty towers are quickly eroding away. You can see something shining back to you from what must have been a vast underground catacomb network.
The little castle? The reigning lord must have come upon some really tough times to let it sleep in such decrepitude.
The walls and floors give way to the giant's greed, collapse and present you with a pair of ceramic gauntlets.
Congratulations. That's the gauntlets down then. We're
Se ha venido para aquí, a Vendeu. Ay, que sí se puede ir por ahí. Vale, a ver. Ropa, ¿dónde están los guantes guapos estos? Estos que hacen +1 instinto. Esto es conectividad, instinto. ¿Cuánto tengo yo de instinto? Resistencia, escalofríos, instinto. Y si no, que me daban estos. Conectividad. Bueno, no sé, de momento vamos con esto. Torre fachero.
As you fold your fingers into a fist, you realize you could knock anyone out with one punch. Your movements cause tiny little clicks, like dice rolling somewhere far away, as the plates reorient to your motions. The hardened vitreous enamel, at once sleek and light, adds a glow to your cheeks and a spring to your step. Just imagine what you really do feel more confident. Invulnerability does that. Even partial invulnerability. Two, are you sure you're correct there? There was a helmet too. 3 pieces. It may be a while before you have all the pieces. In the meantime, you should remember, this is a highly specialized kinetic redistributor meant to stop bullets. Wear it. Observe its properties. See if there's a... For the day you have to fight someone covered in the same.
Vale, a ver. Desbloqueamos esto. Ole. Ah, vale, esta será la iglesia.
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you. The rectangular sea-worn ornamentation appears in stark contrast to the padlock, carelessly drilled into the wood. The carving on the door is block-like and angular, like the church itself. 2 large beams shoot downwards, sinking into the wood before they reach the threshold. The surface is smooth from the wind, but feels exceptional. 300 tons of pine would fit together seamlessly. It's old too, cut and carved many centuries ago. This cheap-looking padlock is sturdily built. It shackles together a hasp and a staple screwed into the wooden door. It'll be easier to break the staple than the lock. Also, that sticker is interesting, somehow. You see a yellow circle with 2 X's and a big curve below them that looks like a mouth. You're pretty sure you haven't seen it before, but what the symbol depicts is clear enough. There is something blindingly modern about this symbol. Its modernness puts to shame everything you've seen before. It's the contrast between the cheery, chemical yellow and the rigor mortis. As if the cheery guy didn't know he was dead, or the dead guy didn't care that he was. Either way, you get the sense the forces of future are at work here. He takes off his glasses and uses a blue handkerchief to thoroughly wipe them clean before inspecting the...
No. Looks like a dead man smiling. Suggests junior delinquency. I haven't seen that sticker before, and I'm not a youth. That level of conceptual thinking is not part of my skill set.
The padlock passes through a staple that's been hastily attached to the wood. Closer inspection reveals that one of the screws is not a screw at all, but a nail. The work, should you want to get through, it might be easier to just pry the whole thing off.
Maybe we should circle the building first and look for another way. The building has seen enough mistreatment. Yes, the pulsing base. A sure sign of junior delinquency. Somewhere
There's something on the sea ice there. There's nothing like the sound of a sticker unpeeling. Now it's stuck to your thumb. Voila. Looks
Ole.
very modern. You're part of the future brigade now, and so is your formerly humdrum ledger. Neon, baby. Nothing happens, only the sound of the...
I don't think that's going to work.
A ver. Ze maitia, zen ura berriz ere bihotza. Venga, torri. Bai. Tiko. Hor daukazu maitia. Venga, Tiko, guazen. Edan dezula txotxolo. Venga. Tonto. Tiko, Turi. Calla, pesado. Tiko, venga, Edan. Oye, ¿tú eres tonto? Venga. Bai. Miau. Ahí. A ver, ¿por dónde íbamos? Igual le he dado 2 a teatralidad. Sí. Vale, una teatralidad. ¿Qué más? Es que sí que la constitución es lo que menos tengo. Ventaja por ideas -1. Uf. Bueno, de momento lo dejamos así. Ole. Objetos. Ah, vale, que no me puedo equipar.
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it. The door hasn't been opened in a long while.
It's military. A service depot of some sort. The washerwoman mentioned a depot at the coast. She said it was for moving ammo and cargo across the bay. This might be it.
Es capaz de pasar por ahí subnormal.
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. You could use it to call someone, unless you're out of change. You hear the tone. The machine is inoperable. Someone has left an unidentifiable article of clothing on this railing. It's streaked with dried seagull shit and tangled with pieces of seaweed. A dangling arm suggests that it seems likely that it was left in the surf until someone laid it out on this fence to dry out. Unfortunately...
Please tell me you're not taking that with you. A clue? You think our suspect is a seagull who's been defecating on unsuspecting jacket? Me neither.
You should still take it.
Venga, tico, ate a Orti, pesado. Ya va ahí. No vamos a pillar la prenda esa. A ver, por aquí había algo más.
The smell. It's awful and familiar. It doesn't help. You can still smell it. Don't you recognize it? That hideous pungency. Something cold wakes in the signs of decaying meat. It announces itself from 24 meters away. A warning. The lieutenant has already brought...
Eyes up, detective. Something's not right here.
There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrapper in the trash bin. 2 empty bottles of Tallulah vodka and a can of black... No, there's more in there. Livis strawberry liquor, plus some pills.
A tragedy.
Whoever tossed it here was a heavy smoker. Red Astra is the black market version of Astra. You see traces of mayonnaise and ketchup on it, as well as it's no older than a day or two. It's hard to concentrate in this. A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, The smell is not as bad as a 2-week-old corpse, but it's...
Hold on. Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is has been dead for 2 days. No longer. We need to invest.
Calm
Otro
down.
puto cadáver, tío.
Carefully.
Ah, buen
Just
Dios.
another day. Just another dead body. Breathe. He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining. There are traces of kebab sauce on his chest.
No, es el marido de la mujer. Estaba leyendo libros.
The leather jacket suits him well. A cool leather jacket with a bolt of blue. Oh no, you find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded into 2. His jacket feels sodden and heavy under your hand.
Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done.
The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench. Coagulated blood covers his black hair. One of his feet is still dangling through the hole. A bad fall. It might have been dark outside. This place is a minefield in the dark. When damp, these boards are really slippery. Even a sober man could lose their balance here. His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining on his moustache. His eyes, empty and wide, look frightening in their frozen gaze. Height, 170 to 175 centimeters. Curly hair, stout build. There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. An empty bottle lies nearby. A chewing gum wrapper. Be very, very careful where you step here. A dried chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. An open. This is what killed him.
I don't see any other major wounds, do you? Seems like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the...
A .75 liter Tallulah vodka with its cap missing.
Tear all around us.
Grabowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape from the terror of the fall. The blackness of death. Stench. Confirmed. Nearly the whole pack is there.
He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol. I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's always the same.
They screech under your feet ominously. It's hard to say whether the dead man's weight. You see waves churning below. He could have easily disappeared into the sea through that hole. And the entire boardwalk creaks in the wind as you take a step back.
Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. You don't just walk over here. But that's just a lazy assumption.
A dead working-class man with a bottle in his hand? Don't deceive yourself. You know who this is.
The woman you met at the book stand? Why do you think it's her husband? The bright blue lining? Well, he's definitely someone's husband. Death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench... No, I don't see anything that points in that direction. For now, let's...
Agreed. If this somehow converges later, why not? But keep it simple for now.
Oh yes. Some symptoms of acute alcohol poisoning could have definitely played a role here. But I think that death arrived through head trauma, not liver failure. What about it? The deceased ate some kebab. It's probably from a nearby place, maybe.
Sometimes a kebab is just a kebab.
They'll seal this place off after the news reaches the coalition officials. I doubt that they have enough resources. Not that sealing it off would keep anyone away. All it does is keep the city council's hands clean. It does seem to be a pretty straightforward misadventure. Although, from where I stand, I can see two options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleagues to handle. A field autopsy isn't necessary if the cause of death doesn't appear to be criminal. I'd say we should just write down head trauma in the autopsy report and leave it at that. It would save us at least 2 hours of unnecessary work. Maybe, but we don't really have much time or resources to spare. The guys at processing will take care of the rest. Alright, we should first examine the library card you found. Then we can call the station for Mike and Emma. Let them know.
Oye, Emma. Vale, que hemos encontrado carnet de la
The
biblioteca.
library card is folded into two and still slightly wet to the touch. Billy is a unisex name. Could be the deceased. Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue pencil. Radio thriller. Stand a little less. Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi. If lost, please return the card to the library. Dial 005 025.
Good. We should give them a call from Mike and Emma. See if we can learn anything.
Good idea. There was plenty of information.
Vale. Bueno, coche. A ver, no había viaje rápido, tío. Ah, qué bien. Viajamos para allí.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio mic.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Hold on. Okay. I've got Central Jamrock Public Library on the line, and I've already introduced you to their librarian.
Yes, this is Central Jamrock Public Library here. How can I help you, officer? Billy Majon, you said. Give me a moment, I'll have to... Yes, hello, are you still there? I found Billy Majon's home address, is that alright? No phone number, unfortunately.
They're too poor to have a phone line.
Here we go, sir. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33B, apartment number 20. It's in...
That's where the smoker on the balcony lives, isn't it?
It says here that they returned their last book just a few days ago, but I wasn't at work that day. Marie? Marie? Do you remember a reader named Billy Majon? They returned a Tybalt book the other day.
Maurice, what? A woman yells. Then, yes. Okay, if it was the police, she starts
Yes, it was my colleague Marie. She said that it was Billy's husband who returned the book. He also asked for this new sci-fi release, Lowe's Radio City 87. But we don't...
Good. You have a name now.
Marie knows Billy. She's been working here longer than me. Sometimes her husband returns some books for her. Sorry, no. Marie only knows him by sight. Marie! She said it was an older man, and that she's pretty sure he'd had a... 1 second. Sorry, Marie wasn't really paying any attention to that. Happy we could help. Goodbye, officer.
Anything else you need from me? One moment. Can you please describe the body? Age, sex, cause of death?
We suspect he might have been inebriated when he fell. There were bottles all around.
Any signs of violence? No field autopsy necessary.
You can hear her quickly.
What about his belongings? Did you examine his clothes? Any information on the library card? Good. Do you and Lieutenant Kitsuragi want to take the case, or should I assign it to someone? I have assigned the case to Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi. Please follow up on this library lead to identify the man. We'll send someone to take the body to the morgue. That's all for now. Thank you for reporting in. Is there anything else I can do for you? Not yet. But I was able to convince the database 57.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering wheels.
Si se lo podría decir a su mujer que está aquí. Ah, no, no está.
Whoa. What have we here? A bridge with loose nails and rot-infested wood that creaks in the wind. A construction code violation if there ever was one. A weathered brown door. Something smells good. The lieutenant motions to you to go ahead and knock.
You're right. Let's talk this through.
You hear light footsteps passing by the door.
We have our first preliminary identification. In all likelihood, the deceased is the husband of... Now, delivering a death notification is never an easy task. There's a reason why it's often called the most stressful part of our job. This is why it's usually done in pairs. You got this. I'll be monitoring reactions, ready to act if necessary. Dead? Just don't say that you know how they feel. You don't.
The lieutenant motions towards...
Hello? Who is it?
And someone turns down the radio.
The police. A moment, please give us a...
Tidying up. No.
Come in. The door is open. It's you from the book stand.
She must know you're here, because...
I don't think I introduced myself properly. I'm Billy. Would you...
The lieutenant has taken off his foggy glasses and is busy cleaning them. Condensation from stepping inside.
Is this about Victor, my husband? Is he in some kind of trouble again? No, this is something much worse.
How about some small talk before you break the news?
It's me, Victor, and the kids here. We have 2 daughters, Jenny and Jolie. Jolie is 16 and Jenny is turning 18 next month. The girls are staying at their friend's place tonight.
She swallows visibly.
No. Vi, do you have any news? No. I guess I'll find out when he decides to come back home. It shouldn't be long from now. Oh, it's in Jamrock. The one at...
Central Jamrock Public.
I think, yes.
It is.
Just to return a book of mine? Why? Why all those questions, Detective? Did he... I think it was, Thibaut's The Glinting Curve? It was pretty good. His old leather jacket. It's just your average brown leather jacket, but he bought it as a teenager, so... No, well, the lining is hand-sewn. It's blue. I tried to make the thing more weatherproof since he's running around with it in the middle of winter.
She folds her hands across her chest.
How have I been? You're not here to discuss me.
Can't write a scene without knowing the actors. Ask more.
People got to eat? What is this about? Why are you suddenly asking?
A ver, empatía. ¿Dónde está la empatía?
She looks up, too anxious to say anything.
Joder, y ahora me cago en mi puta vida. Bueno, toma por culo.
I don't want to. I don't want to do this.
Do what?
Officer.
Too late. You ruined it. Just say it now.
Excuse me? What? What did you say?
She's in pain. She's in so much pain.
We are very sorry to inform you, but your husband, Victor Méjean, was found dead this morning on the Martinez boardwalk.
Oh. Oh. But he was just...
I understand that this comes as a huge shock. I want you to know that me and my partner are here for you if you have any...
What happened to him? Tell me. Why?
Cago en Dios.
It looks like he slipped on the boardwalk. Fatally, I'm afraid. It was...
And you just found him there? How long had he been there?
She doesn't reply. Her eyes well up with tears. You hear the clock ticking in the children's room.
Is there anyone we could call for you? A friend, a family member?
No, no. I just need to tell my girls. God. Should I call them? Should I tell them to come home?
All right. I'll call them. Just tell me, what do I need to do next?
For God's sake, lie.
And who should I...
He was taken to the city morgue. The local coroner will be contacting you shortly to arrange the funeral. Here's his number, in case you want to contact him earlier. Is there anything else that he has...
No, I'll call you if something comes up. I'm still a bit...
Again, if there's anything we could do for you, Then...
She just nods, distant and inconsolable. The bed's...
I'll take it from here. Thank you.
We should step outside and talk.
Hemos gastado un punto de empatía para nada, me cago en Dios. ¿Cómo que me verá por la mañana? ¡Jo puta, me dejas solo!
So, the death notification. It's all right. Don't worry about it. I'll call the station when we're finished with the day, and let them know the name of the deceased. There's not much we can do for them anymore, I'm afraid. And, officer, I've seen worse. This wasn't the worst I've seen, okay? Now let's go.
A ver, ¿por qué no puedo hacer viaje rápido ahora? Vale, a ver, ¿qué tenemos que hacer?
And Mikhail noticed the windows, especially with how there are no windows on the south side. This was to deal with. You, officer, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez? I was just telling my son about this building. Not many people appreciate the historic significance here. Very rich in hypertext. Very important. Mikhail, say hi to the officer. Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program. We've been...
The man speaks in the artificial cadence of a professor, or someone who's been on too many radio...
But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the Coalition landed in 08. We could be standing on what is the most interesting landmark in
Wow, get a load of this guy. He really enjoys his trivia. The Orbis programming language was named after its inventor, Victor Orbis, a cybernetician from Grad.
No, thanks to you for having me and little Michaela here to pick your brain. A very interesting conversation indeed.
Pick your brain? If anything, this was rather one-sided.
Hmm.
You see, a once bright mural towering above you. The signage has peeled off. A slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now, only a shadow of peeled letters remains. It says, "Tomorrow is just a whisper."
Ah, yes. Their famous motto. A fine example of technological optimism from...
Cállese, señor.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other. The density and spread of these bullet holes is surprising. This takes a lot of bullets. Fully a row of ghostly shades stand facing the wall. There are many of them, a dozen at least, their heads lowered and eyes blindfolded. It's quiet. No sound. No movement.
Un buen pelotón de fusilamiento.
10 meters away, other shades are lined up in an orderly manner. Automatic rifles primed. A gust of wind blows by. The coats of the firing squad flap slowly in the breeze. The sun blazes high up in the sky, baking the planks, the sand, your skin. The order was carried out in the afternoon. A long time has passed since the moment of this fusillading. Rain and brine, as the abundance of bullet holes leads to two options. Either an inordinate amount of executions were performed here, or they did not use a conscience round, where only one soldier has the loaded rifle. Looks like this was a mass execution with everyone fully armed. A host of men, probably in everyday clothes, ragged from the conflict and covered in dust. They were not sitting, a common practice for executions in some nations. As demonstrated by they stand, facing the wall. It's impossible to discern any details. 7 men in combat uniforms and dark coats, holding automatic rifles aimed at the people. Soldiers from some side. The commandant, the one who gives the order. Machine gun fire crackling through the air. I'm just a representation of your mental faculties, piecing together any available information. You should probably ask the lieutenant. A cold sea wind blows away.
Bueno, pues con esto yo... ¿Cómo que no puedo guardar ahora? ¿Por qué no me deja guardar? Mola, qué putada.
Here we go. Nice and easy.
Hombre.
There's a cylinder on the ground in which the man is...
Who's there? Oh.
His self-conscious enthusiasm renders his movements ungainly.
Is that the police? Don't worry, Gary. I'll handle it. To what do I owe?
That's sarcasm. He takes no pleasure from your appearance.
Of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damn water lock is broken, and we can't go all the way around the 881.
The 881 is a raised motorway that separates Martinez from Jamrock. The labyrinth of streets underneath it makes it difficult to pass, not like walking over a nice water lock.
Oh, good. We should really be getting back. Gary could use a hot shower.
Did he say we can go?
Yes, Gary! We can go soon! If you just have to do one more round, see if the phasmid has taken the bait, then we're going.
His hands are large and weather-worn, but also used to delicate, precise work.
Well, first of all, it's damn difficult to find, which is why we've been... Good question. Being a phasmid of the order Phantasmodea, a ghost insect, it disguises itself as plant matter. In this end, I suspect it may have also developed other specialized techniques to protect itself from predators, or scientists in our present case. It's my hypothesis that it has evolved certain electrochemical defenses that allow it to interfere with animal perception, impeding pattern, but I cannot describe how these defenses work, much less how they evolve, without studying a live specimen. I'm expecting it to be quite giant. One known species of phasmid, called the Megaphasmodea zoensis, is about the size of a grown man's forearm, so, very little, I'm sorry to say. No one's ever captured a specimen, so all our information is not yet. That's what makes it a crypt. I know it's real.
It's clear that his obsession with the phasmid is driven by something.
By which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly that the Insulindian phasmid is more than mere superstition. There was a credible sighting here recently. A pair of teenagers described a creature that matched the Insulindian phasmid to an uncanny degree. It's the first credible sighting in several decades. Admittedly, it's an unusual location for this species, but with all this, I have to resist the thought. Such an extraordinary creature is doubtlessly highly resilient. After all, it's generally...
He means asexual reproduction. The females of the species don't need to mate to produce viable eggs. This makes it easier for a species with a small population to survive.
And it shouldn't. Nature does not concern herself with ethical propositions. As a scientist, my interest is strictly dispassionate. And I'm eager to return to her, I assure you. But I can't. My wife understands that just as well as anyone.
Come on, Morale. We've been soaking out here.
And leave the traps? Absolutely not.
Come on, she wants us back. I'm soaked up to my nuts over here. We'll both catch reed crabs if we don't dry out soon.
I'm doing this for science, and so is she. Of course it's important to her. She's seen it. A verified sighting on record.
She's seen it?
Yes. That's how we first came to know one another. Suffice to say, it's long been our dream to find proof of the Insulindian phasmid together. No. The traps need to be monitored on a regular schedule.
I could go for some trap setting.
I didn't expect you to take such an interest in our work here, officer. Yes, indeed. Both require a great deal of research, attention to detail. There are 4 in total. One is to the south, on this little peninsula. Another we set in Land's End, to the northeast. It's behind a small sand dune there, on your way to the old road. The third is set near the canal, where you crossed, by a concrete slab. A big thicket of reeds going up the slope. And among them, you should check at least one of those before returning to this one, since I just said it. This one's more of a technicality, but still, better safe and Bring it to me at once. Just make sure the trap...
He's not comfortable with the possibility that you'll claim the find, but he's lying about this even to himself.
That's highly unlikely, officer. But in the event you do, I'll spray you with a pheromone. It's made of musk and research chemicals. The pheromone should attract the insect to you, or at least prevent it from bolting at the sight of you. It's quite potent. Will last you about a week. Wise choice. There are 4 in total. One is to the south, on this little peninsula. Another we set in Land's End, to the northeast. It's behind a small sand dune there. The third is set near the canal, where you crossed, by a concrete slab. A big thicket of reeds going. You should check at least one of those before. Thank you for your help. Gary and I will start breaking down camp.
Finally, you're being sensible. I'll start packing.
If it's more cryptid-related business you want to discuss, you'll have time for that. But what if the information is vital? What about his eager-to-leave friend Gary there? Talk to him too, perhaps.
Well, they may not look impressive, but Lena designed them quite cleverly, so I'm sure they'll do the trick. Yes. Simple. Attracted by the locusts, the phasmid crawls down the funnel, and, having eaten, at least, that's the intention. The net isn't a perfect solution, but we didn't want locusts. Nearly all known phasmids are herbivores, of course. But we've hypothesized that the insulin...
Inside the traps, a number of locusts crawl and tumble over one another. A meat-eating stick insect? Does it pretend to be the reeds as part of its ambush behavior? This seems unlikely.
Thank you for your opinion. We have also included plant material in the traps. To say they'll work, I assure you. The predatory hypothesis, using locusts as bait, accounts for the failure of previous efforts by other teams.
The traps do seem to be deftly and thoughtfully constructed. It's clear that cryptozoology...
Yes. What?
Hello, I'm Gary. I'm just waiting for my friend Morel to finish up with his insect traps so we can return to civilization. I like nature, just not this bloody coast. It's mostly drunks and degenerates that come.
Degenerates? This man respects authority too much. To see the truth inscribed upon thine own visage. Pretend thou art a paragon of virtue.
I've been tempted on occasion, but someone has to stay strong for Revacol.
He pronounces Revacol with a hard K, unlike
I like to pronounce it the hard way.
the stupid way. It's a secret rite. A very fringe nationalist handshake, probably.
Oh, so that's what the RCM in Martinez is about. Great. Great to hear some... No. Nothing. He was some kind of mercenary. But everyone here knows that.
He's not feeling very comfy in his clothes, is he? He didn't kill him or anything. But this...
My mug? Why would you think that? How do you mean? Forgive me...
He's trying to avoid lying to you outright, in case you really have been to his apartment.
Okay, I admit it. I threw the mug away. You're not going to find me, are you?
Te has tomado con el poli bueno, hijo puta.
Thank you. You won't regret this. I don't know what got into me, really. Work has been stressful lately.
What did you do, Gary?
Nothing. Just answering some questions. Helping out the law. I know a guy who works with the trash collection services. CS Municipal. He gave me a master key for the... so I can use the Whirling's trash compactor to store my own stuff. Garbage disposal is expensive as hell. The damn Humans run it like a mob. I'm sorry, okay? I thought I could cut costs. I shouldn't have. Officer, please. Let me explain. It's not like I was only cleaning up. I live right across the yard from where he was hanged, and I saw him stripped naked. All the clothes lying around in the yard, smelling. People are animals, you know. Then I came out to clean up the rags, because no one else would. I put them into the Whirling's trash. Okay. I was coming to throw the mug away.
As he shifts uncomfortably, a series of clicks, like the clinking of glass beads against one another as they roll across a hardwood floor. You've heard this sound before. But where?
What sound? Really? There's lots of weird stuff out here in the reeds, though. Insects.
The sound you heard was not the sound of something easily abandoned.
What sound? I haven't the slightest. There's lots of weird...
The sound you heard was not the sound of something easily abandoned.
Armor? No. I mean, yes. Of course. I know...
An infant could see he's not telling the truth. But he's too... There's something going on here. You should observe him more closely after this topic is concluded.
I hope I can help your investigation. In my small way.
Does this mean you were in his apartment, admiring his colonial mug collection? Perhaps it would be interesting to tell him. Is he? He's looking comfortable enough. Maybe it was just beads. Sounded like beads. But what kind of beads might a man like Gary be hiding beneath his clothes?
I don't pray, officer. Faith in non-existent helpers is a sign of weakness. Not for proper Revacolian men such as ourselves. Sure do.
His eyes narrow slightly. He's wondering where this is going.
Mr. Everard? So you work for Everard Clare? Officer, please tell him we're good. No, no. What have I done? He'll send the muscle after me.
As he lowers his tone, he hunches his back.
What could it be about? I probably talked too loud. In the whirling. I won't do it again. If there's anything I can do to assist you, or the Union...
This scared him proper. He's positively melting from fear. Has to prop himself up with a lot of anger to keep it together.
No, no. I help Morell with research sometimes, and I've learned some things along the way.
There probably is a follow-up to this, but you can't think of any. Doesn't matter. Waste of time anyway. Okay, he keeps shifting uncomfortably, but you can't make head or tail of this sound. And honestly, it's rude to stare, so stop.
Vale, a ver, ahora me dejará guardar. Hostia, no me deja guardar, me cago en la puta. A ver. Al norte del edificio. Campamento. Trampa cerca de los cobertizos. Al oeste. Sudeste de la aldea pesquera. Aquí está la trampa.
There's a trap in the reeds at your feet. Looks like the same one you saw Morell set before. The reeds bend forlornly toward the sand. Some tufts have been crushed. Snow covers the broken stalks like a shroud. The constant, distant song. Louder on this part of the coast. Nearer somehow. Locusts are crawling around in the trap. Confused, but uneaten. You see, the reeds bend forlornly toward the sand. The constant, distant song.
Vale, igual tenemos que ir a hablar con la señora primero. ¿Por qué ahora no tengo...? Joder, no entiendo nada, tío.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again. Goodness, how is he? Did he say why he hasn't returned yet? Yes, that's my Morel. He's bound to catch a cold, but I am so relieved to hear that he's okay. Thank you.
You haven't, however. There are dangers out there. Our aging body's foul. Her heart won't rest. Now maybe she'll open up about those fascinating cryptids. Take her mind off all this.
Oh, you don't want to hear about some old woman's ramblings. Yes, sweetie?
Tienes razón, no me importa.
No, you don't have any new winning tactics to get the woman to spill the beans about cryptids.
You look like shit. And I don't mean that as a metaphor. Oh, don't be so modest. We're looking at several months' worth of damage here. Kind of a...
Oh, come on, Jean. It looks like it's been a rough week.
It's not just this week. What you want?
There's something about this guy that matches with the face in your... He might be wearing a disguise.
Watch out for yourself.
That voice, so very familiar. Did you hear it when calling to your station and reporting your badge?
Oh, really? I wonder where. That's the where you remember me from? Okay then. It's probably a coincidence. People sound...
¿Por qué no me deja guardar, tío? A ver, ¿dónde había dicho que estaban las trampas? Noroeste, campamento, vale. Al oeste del edificio Feld.
This is the trap Morel just set. The reeds by the abandoned campsite. It's good the cryptozoologists left. This isn't a very... The later it gets, the colder. Remnants of the camp can still be seen in the sand. The fire that... This trap is also full of panicked locusts. No sun...
Vale. Cerca de los cobertizos al oeste del edificio. Noroeste, al oeste y el noroeste. Vale, este es el field. Aquí está otra trampa.
This trap's not too hard to spot, once you know what to look for. Keeping it hidden has not been a priority for the crew. The reeds sway in the coastal breeze. The wind picks up here, near the Cape's end, surrounding the narrow strip of land from 3 cart. Nothing but locusts in this.
Trampa cerca de los cobertizos, al oeste del edificio. Aquí no hay nada. A ver, este es el oeste del edificio Field. Pero esta ya lo hemos mirado, ¿no? Sí.
Nothing has changed about this trap.
Ah, vale, por aquí igual. Aquí estás, perra.
It takes you a moment, but finally you spot the last of Morel's traps. Behind you, the ruins of a residential building rise over the reeds, shielding. The trap feels light and silent as you pick it up. No locust. No phasmid either, but still. Your voice echoes on the coast. Nothing. No traces of the locust. The netting is a little untidy, messier than the others. Like someone or something picked up the trap and shook it. The reeds continue to hiss around you as you put the empty trap back on the ground. Time to consult the professionals. Behind you, the ruins. Behind you, behind you.
Behind you. Vale, entonces, ¿qué onda? Trampa, regresa a Whirling y díselo a Morel. Tío, ¿por qué no me deja hacer viaje rápido? Tommy, ¿quién era Tommy? Ah, vale, el camionero era el Tommy. Pues nada. No, por aquí no. ¿O sí? No. Ay, en serio, no me deja guardado rápido, tío. Ah, aquí no podemos ir para allá. Ñe.
It's great to see you again, officer.
Oh, sweetie, I don't even know how to thank you for finding my husband and helping him out. I hope we haven't been too much trouble for you. Here, I want to give you a small token of my gratitude. It's a tie, Mesk in origin. The pin is an antique, quite special.
The little silvery knob holding the tie together feels warm in your hand. It's in the shape of an avian skull. You could ask her about this when you get the time. It's probably a cryptid, but the phasmid, of course, is more important. There's really no point in manipulating anyone. She'd be only too pleased to tell you about her work. Go on and ask.
Oh, I'd be delighted. Truth be told, I could really use the company too. No, it's the cryptid. Oh, yes. The eight-eyed Teratorn, the largest flying avian ever discovered, with a wingspan of 11.5 meters.
Mutation? All of evil.
Until it was sighted by renowned god Valdian.
This renown seems a bit dubious. Your own catalogue comes up completely empty. But, of course, you are not all-knowing.
It happened on a botanical expedition into the vast and unexplored Oamrao Canyon in southeast Ilmara. Alone in the blasted desert heat, the doctor wandered eastward, where man hasn't stepped foot in over 1,000 years. He was lost, without any navigation equipment, and desperately low on water. After a day or two, he noticed a bird. Every now and then, the bird would dive down to feed on an animal carcass somewhere on the horizon. But by the time Uva got there, the Teratorn had taken off already, and the carcass was picked clean. This happened many times. Yes, or rather, hunting. A bird that big has a lot of blood in it, and he was dying of thirst. For many days, Dr. Plottenkalk followed the professor, climbed up there with a rock in his hand. He found the bird sleeping with his head tucked under its wing, a great black...
Watch out!
Then, the Teratorn suddenly looked at him. He could see it had 8 eyes, 4 on either side of its skull, like a spider. And the man couldn't move. The bird was controlling his mind. It kept him from approaching. He could step back, but every time he stepped forward, paralysis. Uva spent 3 days trying until the bird flew away. Absolutely, sweetie. Cryptozoologists have been tracing it ever since, but Oamrao is vast, mysterious, and whole.
Modern radar telemetry shows great promise. We will confirm this one by the end of the decade, latest.
Sadly, yes. But there are numerous reports of 8-eyed bird skulls from Ilmara. And then there's the striking resemblance to the Paracarnassian imperial eagle. And
not really. It's just stylization. The way they drew eyes. It's not a zoological drawing.
This one's very famous. Everyone knows it. People will be looking at that tie on you and thinking, that man is into cryptids. So, what else do you want to know? That would be the giant of Coconur. The giant lives in the most arid parts of the vast Coconur Desert in South Mirage or Psychogenous Luminance. No one knows for sure. It is like an awful mountain appearing from below the horizon. The towering luminosity of Coconur is a bad omen in local folklore. Some say that's what makes it so peculiar. A species surviving at the very there are limits, you see, to how large a metabolism an ecosystem can beget. Some say a gravity anomaly below.
Gravity anomaly? Digging it. Digging this parascientific stuff right here.
Cryobacter, yes, a unicellular bacterium that was discovered in one of the northernmost points of the bacterial colony Migenou found had remained alive while frozen in ice for longer than anyone could reliably estimate. Migenou disappeared shortly after injecting herself with the bacteria she had brought back to study, no doubt in hopes of prolonging her own life. Yes, the bacteria had survived in the ice since times immemorial. It is not hard to see. Yes, and she's quite mad, too. After she treated herself with the bacteria, she stopped aging, but also became increasingly eccentric. We can assume that she has been living somewhere in the wilderness for decades now, all alone at the Nome of Jeroma. Oh, yes. None of its victims survived. Grieving relatives never even found their bodies because the gnome's venom. It was reportedly a small creature with webbed fingers and a protruding forehead and a couple of campers found it when it was already dying. They heard an odd wailing in the woods and followed the sound. They were scared and wrapped. It still took the gnome of Jeroma an entire day to die. Alas, no. And the first scientist who got his hands on the creature's corpse put it in a jar of formaldehyde. Instead, all the venom leaked out of the creature's teeth and into the surrounding liquid, dissolving the creature itself. A poetic end, perhaps.
Alas. Always alas, and then it was gone. Isn't that overly convenient? Sure, a perfectly good explanation. It dissolved in its own venom.
What an interesting question. And the Col de Mamadaqua, or Thin Whisper of Sound. And that's precisely what it seems to be.
Col de Mamadaqua can also be translated as a whisper like...
It could be. As I said, it could be everywhere. And we wouldn't know any better. It could be ringing all the days of our lives. Yes, that's another translation. They're both, although the low part is a little ironic. The Col de Mamadaqua makes, or rather is, such a high-pitched sound that other animals, including humans, can't hear it. Many scientists have asked the same question. Some have claimed that it isn't itself a sound, but a tiny corpuscle that emits sound waves. But there's no evidence to support this theory. Plenty. It's the evidence that led to its discovery. In the 1920s, a group of areopagite ornithologists, that is, scientists who, when playing back recordings they had made in the foothills of the Ea mountain range, they noticed certain anomalies, patterns that seemed random at first, but on closer examination were consistent with the scientists soon discovered they could track and even predict what appeared to be feeding, mating, and migration patterns based on sound waves in a strictly delimited range of ultrasonic frequency. They realized that they had discovered a new species and called it the Col de Mamadaqua. After the they grew quite obsessed with these little birds. Even though they couldn't see them, they could distinguish sequester, time, joscan. Those are but some of the Mamadaqua they followed individually. That is a sad story. A group of university students assisting with field work in their enthusiasm for the they tried to communicate with it and had no other means but sound. So they started sending out sound waves at frequencies they thought might match the Mamadaquas. And what happens when a sound...
They cancel each other out.
Exactly. And these tests were performed so recklessly that when they happened upon the right frequency, well, after that, the corpuscle appears to have migrated elsewhere. There have been recordings of anomalies similar to those spotted in Ea, but they've been few and far between. It's impossible to What about what? Of course, dear.
Nothing like the gratitude of a good woman.
He tries to play it cool, remain professorial, but inside, this man is itching.
Good. Okay. And? Completely empty?
No locusts?
That's not ideal, but...
It just means the Insulindian phasmid is even more clever than we thought.
She's engaging in a well-known self-deception called motivated reasoning.
Yes, the Phantasmadeia picked off the locusts and escaped. This is good news, though we'll have to reconsider the design of the...
Another trip to the Reeds.
¿Quién soy yo para quitarle la ilusión a este anciano?
Of course. Be sarcastic. Unless you have an alternative hypothesis you'd like to venture. Actually, no. Excuse me for getting emotional. This is a big deal for us. You've helped us twice now, and brought some great news too. My gratitude, and...
Heartfelt gratitude. But does it feel like closure? Some kind of foul play might be afoot. Theft?
No. No. Well, he's been a little unenthusiastic about the trip. More so than usual. That's understandable. He just wants to get home and warm up.
Consider the way the empty trap was disturbed. As though shaken. Most likely the hands of a young person. Hands small enough to fit inside the trap, too. You should ask the red-headed boy, Kuno.
A little hooligan. But what would a child want with...
Oh, my dear Morel. You've been an old man for too long. Kids love to torment insects almost... Oh, you've been such a dear to us. Please, let us know whatever you turn up.
Well, I see you've got all the help you need. I'll see you tonight at my place. Let's play suzerainty. But no more field trips for me.
He hasn't been particularly forthcoming before. He may well still be hiding something.
Really, Gary? We're getting somewhere here. I'd love to play Suzerain.
Lena, I'm sorry, but you're not getting anywhere. It was some kids. I know the little mutants around here. Morale, it's been fun. Really. But I need a bath, and I have deliveries to handle. When this tea is...
No need to apologize, Geary. You'd be more than helpful. We'll have to take a range...
Always a pleasure to see an officer of the law.
Ah, buen Diógenes. Oye, ¿qué pasa? No puedo guardar. Puta madre.
Can I help you?
Vale, a ver, ¿qué tenemos que hacer?
Kuno's like Kuno's dad? Kuno doesn't give a fuck about anything. No, Kuno doesn't give a...
So he knows locusts are bugs.
Oh my god, I told you that shit is lame!
Shut up, see.
Now they're gonna take you to lame prison! Deny everything, Kuno.
Kuno's not gonna say anything without his lawyer present.
There's definitely something going on here. Remember his pig's head shack? You should check it out.
Kuno does... Kuno's like Kuno's dad? Kuno doesn't give a fuck about anything. The fuck do you want with it? Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape. Too brutal for you, huh? Kuno fuck your tongue off. Of course you want back in there. Everyone wants back in there. Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom. Kuno does...
Kuno, the pig's getting pretty close to me. Come to snuff my sh... Looks like it's time for me to go, Kuno. Pig's come to take... I'm going away for a long, long time,
What's going on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig?
I come from the woods, good Davidu. You don't want to go...
Don't be traumatizing here.
¿En serio, tío? Ay, 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 ay. Ahí ya no hay nada que ver.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
Yes. Yes.
It doesn't look like he knows what that means. The scruffy-haired little... This one.
Lily's our mum.
A ver qué hora son, las 5 de la tarde. Vale. Bueno, tendremos que ir donde la chavala.
Hello, mister. Bye.
Aquí, ¿no? A ver, vamos a hacer una pausa. Que vamos a liar. Ay. ¿Te gustó la horizonte ético? ¿Quién fuera el gato cabrón? Cas. Casecito. Ay. Vale. Upa. Esto está lleno. Pa' allí, pa' allí. El canópico. Ah, vaya. Me pica un poquito la China. Me pica un poquito aquí. Epa, epa, epa. Vale. A ver, prosigamos. ¿Qué iba a hacer yo ahora? Entonces aquí, si no hay nadie más a quien preguntar. No voy. Aquí está la puta trampa esta.
There's nothing.
Hello again.
¿Qué niños me está hablando, tío? Los críos de la zona deberían estar al tanto. A continuación echo un vistazo por el patio. Tengo que volver al puto patio con el río este.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it. This one,
Lily's our mum.
the stone, the other one. Wow. So
Yes, yes.
it doesn't look like he knows what that means.
He looks just like me.
The boy, the rock kicker was just being.
Vamos a ver que tenemos un
The
apartamento,
door
¿verdad?
has seen better days. The layer of paint has started to peel off due to the key turns with a satisfying. On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the wash basin. The water reflects back a vague image of your face. A fresh start looms ahead. Clean yourself up and be born anew. Your hand trembles as you scratch your cheek. Oh no, that's not how a grown man shaves. Thank God, I would have cut your throat. An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it. Adorned. was no way to listen to the tape without a pawn shop. A pawn shop would have a tape.
Kuno's the fuck about it? You're testing Kuno's patience?
Get lost!
Yeah? The kingdom of Kuno? The fuck do you want with it? Yeah, whatever. Kuno, the fuck do you want with it? It's a vitamin pig?
You could use some.
Okay, whatever. You fucking need that shit to stay on top of your game. Kuno grows through like a tube a day. And you
Pull
look
the
like you
donkey.
could use a...
Oh, don't teach him, Kuno! He's gonna use it against you, Kuno!
You're not getting this, pig. It completely takes away the hangover. It's like you...
Fuck you, pig! Don't do mag!
Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That, yeah. Kuno plays on snuff radio. Fucks pig. Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom. Kuno does...
Esta puta niña.
I'll die before I squeal, pig. What's this kid shit? Fucking mind games. I'd rather die than squeal.
Get the fuck out of here, face. You got to...
So it's a girl.
Hello again, sir.
A ver, ¿dónde cojones tengo que ir ahora, tío? ¿Qué putos críos me está hablando esto, tío? ¿Dónde estuviese vacío? Los críos de la zona deberían estar habitando. A ver si me vuelvo a decir algo con la pareja de ancianos.
Hello, officer. I think I almost have it. I've just always liked animals and puzzles. Searching for cryptids is a bit of both. Yes? Well, first of all, it's damn difficult to find, which is why we've been knee-deep in the... Very little, I'm sorry to say. Not yet. That's what... I know it's...
It's clear that his obsession with the phasmid is driven by some...
By which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly that the insulin... I have to resist...
He means asexual reproduction. The females of the species don't need to mate to produce viable...
And it shouldn't.
Sí, esto ya me lo ha dicho
Nature
antes.
does not...
Eso. A ver, esto sigue sin poder abrirse, supongo.
You see a heavy steel door. The door doesn't... The cobalt blue... Old cobalt paint. It leads to a side...
Es que esto tiene que ser una zona de pesqueros fijo, tío.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
A ver, un momento. A ver, ¿esto dónde era? A ver, es que esto tiene que ser donde el puto culo, tío. No, por aquí no. Bam, 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 bam. A ver, pues vamos a hacer que pase el tiempo, tío.
sit on the wind-worn wooden planks of the bench. Your feet ache. You finally stop picking your nose. Time passes. You wonder how your gun is doing. Hopefully, it's okay. You're really starting to regret the poor way you handled your own sidearm. Time passes. You wonder how your gun is doing. Hopefully, it's okay.
Venga, otra horita más.
Oh man, if we invited Guillaume Le Million here, we could create a wave-crashing beach party of unimaginable proportions. Speechless. Time passes. You wonder how your gun is doing.
Vale, ahora teníamos que hacer frente a Tarapasma y recupera tu arma. Antigua lonja. No, ya me deja guardar esto. ¿Qué cojones, tío? ¿Qué es eso? ¿Quién ha puesto eso ahí? Los borrachos siguen aquí. A ver, esto me decía... Paseo marítimo más allá de la aldea pesquera. Esto debe ser la pasma.
Show me your hands. This is the pigs. Show me your hands.
Scavenged, battery-powered police lights protrude from her back. The flickering light show with her hand is trembling from some sort of neurodegenerative disease.
Failure to comply. Suspect is the...
Her eyes bulge with terror. Veins protrude.
I am the police. Don't move. Don't move. Hands on your head. Suspect is on the loose. Suspect at large. Officer, administer that one extra lick with a baton or extra knee strike above was what was...
You'll have to go for the gun sooner or later. Perhaps you can... This is dangerous. You're 70% certain you always leave your gun loaded. She's frantic,
No.
confused, teetering under all that gear. There's an opening if you just move fast enough. Sure, you're you, but how do we end this? She's not just gonna let you leave.
Confirmed quarters, assailant coming at me! Split-second decision!
No!
Oh my god, condition black. All systems critical. No, 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 no. They're really not.
What is this? This isn't police issue. Police guns always have bullets. What is this? Why did you sell me?
Grab the gun. Right now. This might be...
No one ever cares anymore. Why would they cheat?
Okay, you need to figure out what to do with her now.
Nobody's ever around. Nobody ever comes to visit me.
The catatonic woman, especially now that she's unarmed, doesn't seem to be a threat to anyone but herself.
Titus, ¿quién era Titus?
Please leave the radio on. Mr. Moran is...
Reflex to what? She stands motionless. Just a heap of... Fairweather, T500. Remember that weakness you were looking for in the ceramic armor? Like, maybe it can only stop small, fast projectiles, but a large, slow-moving pry bar would shatter it? Or, if I run an electrical current through it, maybe it will melt. Or, personal favorite, frequency something something radio weapon. The woman stands slumped. She looks catatonic under. Is one of those things a police cap? She doesn't even flinch. As you reach out, the old woman doesn't react to your touch.
¿Qué coño es esto? Corbata. Mundo anterior y voluntad. ¿Y esto qué hacía? Más 2 teatralidad. Autoridad. Spirit Corps. Visión espacial. Esto, una de lógica. Vale, por fin. Bueno, pues con esto en bizcocho Hasta mañana a las 8.